this on. And now, as Lasso was talking about, actually, something else we can do. Let's put a new tab over here. Apparently, so the thing that Lasso was telling me about was that Streamlabs on their website they have a safe mode button. Where's the login? I've already looked in. So basically, I've run through the commander root bot that bans a lot of the bots, but there's a button here. I think this one, where if you press this, you can
press what?
The shield.
Okay, yeah.
It will just clear the whole chat and turn on follower only mode and vote only mode and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's like if you get hate rated.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
probably won't happen, but that's
Probably
that's
won't.
the only you just leave that on the second screen.
Yeah.
And we're just like,
We have it ready, but we're not big enough for that.
no, but the point the whole thing is it's only targeting small chat. The bots are only targeting small. Yeah.
I was talking about the hate rates.
Yeah, that's also bot run.
I feel like there has to be a person thinking, haha, let's rate this person.
No, it's
Right.
not. No, it's all like completely random. That's the whole problem. That's why people are pissed that Twitch isn't doing anything about something that can easily be solved.
Yeah.
They should be able to moderate that one.
Yeah.
Bot behavior.
Well, we have it ready.
You wanna look at that? Yeah. And also, let's send that link. It comes through. There it is. Is that the one from today?
Yeah. It seems that we got a follower 2 days ago.
Oh, Alv TV. Hi. Welcome to the stream. How we doing? We're doing alright.
All right.
Alright, I think we can just kind of hop into it since we probably have the majority of the game to try to finish tonight.
Yeah, probably.
So this time we're using the mouse. Okay. How are you doing, Fi?
Yeah, how you doing? I imagine with that song thing, we're probably gonna hear the full song at some point, and we know what order the things come.
Doing fine. I just want to look at the layout again.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
It just seems like there's the items that we know the sounds of, and then some kind of...
Yeah, you're right. It does seem that only the items we know are actually on.
Yeah, it's not really about the items, it's about these symbols.
How about this? How about each of these stones are about that sound, and we'll eventually see these these symbols somewhere, and we'll know what symbol is what sound. Only then.
Okay, well,
Let's come back later.
as they say, we don't have enough information for this. So we haven't really explored this side of the house yet.
Yeah, there's lots of things to explore. What's her name? Emo
Forgot their
girl.
names. Hold on.
We have it in our items, yeah.
Poppy.
Poppy. Oh yeah, alright, how's the, tell us if the audio is, too low on our end, or game's end, or whatever.
Primrose Pointer is her mother. Fifi is her close friend. Freya is a close friend. Is a friend. Allegedly. And this was her.
Alright, cool. Thank
This
you.
was her part.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's like a summary. Okay. Whoops. Daughter, husband. Primrose is sister. Richard is brother. Lord Remington's brother. And she's been there the whole time, of course. He's the brother. So, I think to Fitz's room and then...
Oh, I guess he didn't go into the garden. Okay. That explains it.
That's good. We can kind of like cross-reference their pathing.
Yeah. Alright, let's
Yeah.
move on. Oh, actually, Fifi. Yeah.
Hold on. Who was it that told Fifi? Wasn't it her?
It was her.
But it was
after
after.
that. Yeah.
So this is only the pathing up to the point where they discovered the body, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's check out this new room. Astronomy Tower.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
Can you hear the characters well enough as well?
I would look at it.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Hmm.
I assume we want it to look like these lines.
What lines?
These lines in the background.
Ah. Yeah, I think on something. Start with the artist, yeah. Almost had it though.
Yeah, I'm
Like you want to put them not straight on, but like on the. Oh, that one you want to put straight on. No? Maybe not. Yeah, there. Try it.
That's the one.
Oh wow, that was quick.
Hey, not bad.
I can hear the dialogue fine. Good.
Nice.
Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
How do you think this music is a little bit disco Elysium?
Maybe. Golden Beetle. Various research notes and diagrams. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton, composed of mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. Fends off predators with a loud hiss, records over 95 decibels, and being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation, causing ill fortune to those who see it. I wonder what that has to do with everything.
Golden beetle.
Yeah.
Filth
I don't remember there being any, like, beetle related. No, wait. I'm trying to remember if there was someone who was interested in bugs at the library, like the whole section. That doesn't matter.
We know the.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
Fifi liked bugs.
So,
We should talk to Fifi then.
even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than
So, even the most well-used notebook
a picture frame.
with no picture.
Okay.
You open the drawer.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
What's he doing?
The bell jar.
Spying.
It's empty.
What do
Maybe
people
on the
normally
outside.
keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean? Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. Pretty. What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
It's moving.
You're
I
not
think
wrong.
it's because he moved it, maybe. I feel like it moved while. No, you're right. I thought
like
it moved
wiggling.
with the dialogue.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Okay.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
He said something to the detective. What's her name? Hawkshaw or something. He said something to her.
According to her. Right? According to her, yeah.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but, I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
A bit rude.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends. Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her, but I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
But
She chose to live there?
But could they
thought,
leave?
Yeah, I thought they weren't allowed to leave.
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Vague.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Why does he talk so suspiciously?
Isn't
Maybe he
the
knows more.
process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
Okay, so he thinks it's a knife, but some people don't when they look at it.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends.
I think this person, more than anyone else we've talked to, seems to not like the other family.
Yeah.
The other family didn't seem to care so
Too much rivalry. Yeah.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's true.
Poppy's 2 closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there.
Kind of implying that she's not innocent. Usually.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
He either didn't noticed that it's been missing. Or it hasn't been missing for very long.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Or a tripod? But it looks like something you hold by your hand.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
What the hell is this guy's problem?
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano.
Oh.
Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
Oh. Then it is strange that he didn't take them.
He didn't go all the way out in the garden. He was only in the room.
Okay, we'll double check that. I'm pretty sure he was in the garden with Poppy when they heard the voice. Together.
So, we found some research.
Wait,
What's up with
Fitz?
this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Oily. Yeah, right. Sorry, I got the names of Felix mixed up.
So either he doesn't care about the headphones enough to take them, or he just... I mean, he should have noticed them if it's something he uses every day. That, or this guy just doesn't go into the garden enough to notice it very often.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Could you?
This dude is mad sus, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
This whole time, this guy has been more like hostile to any other person than anyone else so far.
Can you click the books up there?
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
She's implying that he hasn't even read them.
Yeah. Have you,
There's something
have you told
kind
the
of
homies?
disappointing about this
Sorry?
room.
Have you told the homies?
Yeah, I mean, Discord does a message. Is that
No,
what
but
you
I mean like here. Oh, it does it automatically? Oh, okay. Cool. Never mind.
I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to?
It does seem like he doesn't actually
come out of this room very often.
deal a lot with books at all.
Yeah.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Oh. Hey.
Yeah, he ain't looking at the stars, is he?
You can see right into Flora's room.
So he could have seen it happen.
Yeah.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
So he probably didn't see the murder happen if it happened right behind the canvas, but he could have seen reactions to verify the order that people came in if he was here. No, he came in with them though. Yes.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? in the wind.
Maybe it's glued down. Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
That's why we were talking about that.
There was that
floor
wooden
looking
floor,
weird,
yeah.
We should check that next time we're over there.
It did look like a floor.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
That's because
Fitz.
Fitz kicks it down.
Yeah. And you click against. I mean, I feel like we already know.
You can see right.
Not by
I can
accident.
see behind her. I can't really see. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope?
Yeah, this is not a very strong
Yeah.
telescope.
We can
I'm
talk to him.
pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Let's talk to him.
There's something about Pointer's
Yeah.
astronomy habits.
Interesting.
Something suspicious.
Why? You called it. This dude is mad sus.
Let's ask him about it.
Before you talk to him about the telescope, if you can. No, okay.
It's not.
Go
It's
straight
only.
to
These are things you've picked up. These are things
That's
you have
true.
in your possession.
That's true.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested.
I will also
Once
tell
you
Nick, 'cause he
expand your
was
mind
interested
to
in
the
seeing-
wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh, go on.
Trying to get a planet named after yourself. You're not really interested in astronomy at all. You've discovered it. Yeah, the middle one.
I mean, the fact that the book's untouched and there's nothing on the papers and
Yeah.
this room has only
It's
just been
very
set up
clean.
today. Like,
There's even leaves in here, like he.
yeah, he
like-
doesn't really use this room.
Yeah.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Yeah.
Probably this.
Gold beetle. I think you're right. I mean, it was in his room.
I'm not sure if I have any evidence besides the fact that this was.
Well, the point is, there's a golden beetle hidden in his room.
I
like
have
he
a
said.
theory.
And
I think this guy really cares about money
Yes.
more than anyone else. And if this is to do with gold, then his interest isn't in the bug, but in the money.
of course.
Like,
And he's clearly
He even
keen
said
that the other family gets to
gets
keep the
gets the tower,
tower.
gets more money,
and,
and he even like
mentions, like,
describes
creates money.
things using money allegories instead of regular people.
Yeah.
Like when you show him the research documents that you have from the start, he says that's not a whole wealth of money of information. Like he uses words that are very
Yeah.
like relevant to.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
What's the options? What his telescope was actually looking at. I'm seeing. That is correct. I think it's just
Yeah, I
straight
think
up
it was just that.
and not up the sky. Easy peasy.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen. and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Wait. Laura was lying on the ground? That means we need to talk to someone about that.
Who?
I don't know. But can anyone even corroborate that, or is that completely...
Trinkets.
They're clearly Gizmo.
Yeah. Well,
by
there's a whole new area we haven't checked out.
wow.
Well, there's two.
Don't do that yet. But that's interesting.
I don't want to see if she'll react to anything at all.
Okay,
Oh, shortcut.
shortcut. I mean, when people got in there, she was like sitting on, she was kneeling on the floor.
Something must have
So
happened.
she wasn't standing up.
We're at the top of
I
the
think so.
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
So she wasn't standing up. She could have just gotten up from the floor or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't talk to her. We've already... Unless the
What do you
game...
mean?
Oh yeah,
We
we
just-
point out new things.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Not very useful.
Well, just do the rest now that you're here. Completionist, bro. But yes. Check out.
I think I would like to also revisit the family tree just to remember what everything is.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Primrose is gone.
Penelope.
Penelope.
Who's that?
That's the last person that we haven't talked to. The red hair.
Oh, I see.
It's her cousin. That was, I guess, that guy's niece.
Stairs.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Simple.
Maybe she's in here. Yeah. Oh wow.
Let's take around first.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Ooh.
Ooh, that looks like the feathers that we found.
Hmm. Sounds like a
They're
clue.
bird cages.
Maybe she knows about the bird song. At the...
But the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
That's funny.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Does that mean she wrote the letter? Or someone wrote the letter using that page?
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
It does look evil.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone.
What's with those little windows down there?
Tower.
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh,
Oh, I guess it is open here. Just interesting to find that in
rather
a tower.
magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
P.
P.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
Oh, feather arms.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
The theme song
Because
is good.
of the birds.
Oh, no,
bird
because
song.
of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Scandalous.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Huh. I was sure the two with purple hair were in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this bird.
I feel like it's almost implied.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying scandalous.
Yeah.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How
So
come?
the PPFF
It's where
is
he's
this
happiest.
PP.
That, and he has a great deal of work to do
Maybe.
every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Okay. Well, it seems like the trowel would be something this fancy lady would get for Fitz as like a present. But he doesn't use it because he probably doesn't actually love her. Because he probably
That's a theory.
seems to. I mean, the trowel is very fancy.
Mhm.
It seems like something a
She's-
fancy lady
she's
might,
fancy.
might try to get her fiance.
Yeah, I think you're right. Keep
But
going.
unfortunately, it seems like the two goth-looking ones are in love instead. And that could also kind of more reasonably justify why Fifi also doesn't like Poppy so much anymore. Like, if Fifi and Poppy were good friends,
Yeah.
And not only is she hanging out with some guy now, but it's also not a super, like,
Yeah.
good relationship. Also, I have no idea how old she is. But she's got to be sort of around Poppy's age, because I thought Fitz was a bit older as well, just from looking at him. And they're higher on the tree. I don't know if that actually matters.
I always
maybe...
assumed that the youngest were the
lowest.
victim, Fifi, and Poppy.
They dress like they're younger, and they
then when
sound like they're younger.
And then from just like Poppy and Fitz being friends, I just assumed, oh, he must be the same age.
Yeah, but now
but
she
I guess,
presents herself way more maturely than Poppy, though. And so it could also be that Fifi doesn't approve because they are also may have an age gap, or just... It could just be the scandal. The scandal is obviously a big part of it.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Didn't even mention.
Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too.
Oh.
Standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
Okay.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Okay, I think that does make sense. This does corroborate a lot of the stories. And if, Pointer doesn't really like these guys, then he would say something like, let's just give them some space. Like the other family.
Yeah.
I guess she's the... But the thing is, like, I don't know why he wouldn't take his daughter, and would take... I guess because, like, his daughter is actually good friends with the victims, so maybe she needs to... It's just, like, it's just kind of...
But it's also weird that she would leave with her uncle and not, you know, like... Stay here with her fiancé.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's ask about some people. Why exactly did Felix go to Fitz's room again?
We'll go and revisit that, because I can't quite remember. I think he said he heard something that he thought came from Fitz's room. But we'll double check that, because I'm interested in that as well.
I think he was either looking for Fitz, or I guess Poppy? But yeah, I think he was looking for one of them, or he heard something, but he couldn't see any.
Yeah.
But also we haven't figured out what he's hiding.
Yeah. We need to see what Penny thinks of everyone first.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
I feel like this character is too blunt to lie.
Yeah.
Like, I trust a lot of the
must
things she
say,
says.
Yeah.
I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Yeah, like, I think she's just too blunt about everyone. She definitely has opinions she wants to share.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Interesting.
That's what I thought. I mean, there was a connection between Pointer and
Yeah.
for sure.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath.
Oh,
I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
that's nice.
Sounds
That's
like
all
you
this
two were
stuff,
close.
probably.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding
Would be in her room.
unspoken things.
Mm.
Isn't he strapping?
He is... big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
Feel bad for her.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Bai says he hired her to look for the golden bug, maybe? Yeah.
Probably so.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to actually care about anything except himself. So.
Yeah.
Oh, she's beautiful! Who is she? Wait, is that me?
That's funny.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Ooh.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Oh, okay. Bad blood there.
You know, it's probably
Eek.
quite impressive.
Eek,
To a
mate.
visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for
Okay.
my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
It seems to care a little bit, but also, like, she probably doesn't care about the building, but she doesn't like Poppy. Yeah, welcome, Nick. I understand that you might want to play this game as well. Grimoire sounds a bit like
That's
That's funny.
Let's hear it.
Yeah. I understand you want to play this game, so if you do feel like you need to dip out at some point to avoid spoilers, basically what we're doing is we're investigating a murder, and we're interviewing Penny right now, and just getting her opinion on some of the items we have.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more
Oh my
polite
God, I
if she
hear it.
had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
I hear it now.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
does sound like
yeah.
a person, especially
does.
when he's like at his.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though.
Wait, is that the same thing as this?
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Yeah, that looks like the same little frogman. I don't know if that means anything, but
Instrument.
Yeah.
Instrument.
yeah, hey, frogman.
Frogman.
Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
So funny.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
Bless her.
The game has a cool aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were saying that it feels a bit like Later Alligator.
Well,
and
also,
a bit Professor Layton.
yeah,
too.
Professor Layton, that's the one.
Oh, that's rather sad.
And the art style of this game. There's a game before it,
Like
and
a game that was made by the same.
yeah, but I think it's like a
Series.
2012 or 13 like Flash game.
Yeah. This is so
Those-
pretty compared to that.
They improved a lot on the.
Depending on when this came out, I would almost bet that they got inspired by Later Alligator. Like,
Yeah,
Later
it came
Alligator
Out, it came
is
out
the-
either this year or last year.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Later Alligator has the exact same, like, boiling line animation,
Mhm.
and the characters are always on that side of the screen.
Yeah.
As well.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Zing.
But yeah, but that's not a bad thing. I think more games should look like this.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable.
She hates Poppy.
How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
She just thinks it looks ugly.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
Yes.
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
Okay. So she's not unaware.
Yeah.
Maybe she likes Freya a lot because Freya probably was truthful to her when no one else was.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
Oh!
Last.
Be
Oh.
bada boo beta betty dee ba bada bead be da devour.
Oh my god.
That's epic. Just like
Beep up a doop a beep beep up a bow.
welcome,
It's
Lessa.
it's the fucking thing I talked to him about ages ago. Like
Nice.
slash animation, if you remember.
Great.
Good
Welcome.
entrance
Yeah,
lesson.
welcome,
Jesus.
welcome to this room. Thank you for the resub. What an inappropriate time to have a pass on Crash.
Ooh, a secret
Inopportune.
diary.
That's our guest too.
Excellent.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
got a little bit of.
You need a break.
Oh, you need a little cough. That put a little bit of.
Talking about a dead bird, and then suddenly castle with a bit of a beaver-doo bit of Fred Flintstoning. But yeah, this game is super pretty. I really like it. I just wait.
Ah,
Are you good?
It's good. A bit of a laugh.
Okay.
Kind of rattles the bones a little bit, you know.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
So the bird was a baby a year ago.
I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
he's very uncomfortable with this whole situation.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Oh, everyone's like being very coy about it.
Yeah.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
I think that maybe it's not just the fact that there's that relationship going on, but probably because Penelope's own parents don't live here anymore. So she probably sees the uncle as a father figure. But, you know, he's got this very gifted daughter that actually, you know, is pretty amazing at playing piano, so she probably doesn't get a lot of attention. I mean, she says all her friends are birds.
But I mean, probably more importantly, she might be together with her fiance.
Well, that's the thing, it's like, there's like so many things. She's
Yeah.
here, she's only got birds to hang out with, and she seems to be friends with Freya, because Freya seems like a nice girl that everyone likes. But the people that are supposed to be closest to her, her fiance, and her uncle and all that stuff, they don't really seem to care about her that much.
Yeah. No one seems to care about each other here, though. Almost. No one really seems to care about each other here.
That's true, but at least some of them talk about each other. Like, Pointer, Professor Pointer seems to really like his daughter,
Yeah, yeah.
and the Felix seems to really care for his daughter too,
Yeah, yeah.
Fiona. And Fiona and Poppy don't talk that badly of each other when we interviewed them. Like they say that they are friends, but they clearly have some beef as well.
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Lovely. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Really?
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all 3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What
That's
about
so
the one on
funny.
your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Okay.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Yes.
More birds!
That's all the statements.
Ah.
Let's go over them all.
Oh, what? Later. We haven't
Yeah,
looked in here.
we haven't looked everywhere. It's in my case file. That's right. So we've checked everyone now.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Oh, it's a puzzle.
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Probably something to do with the eyes. So
Yeah.
the one sleeping is probably in the inside, I imagine. Oh, it's a clock.
Oh,
It's a clock.
there are 2 that... Unless you mean...
So put that one there, I think.
Oh, why?
Because falling asleep, waking up.
Oh, like you mean the time of day?
Yeah, it's a clock. So
Explain to me again?
I think this is supposed to be a clock.
Okay. I don't really see it.
So on the top right, waking up, and in the middle, sleeping. Over here, about to fall asleep. And I don't know if that would be the
What does
brown
that
one or
mean?
the light green. What do you mean?
Which
Look at
order
the
are you
eyes.
looking at this in? Like clockwise? Like an animation? Like it's playing like this? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Because I'm not seeing that at all.
Okay, that was just my first thought.
Okay.
You
My
asked
thought-
me to explain.
Okay. My thought is it has to have something to do with the lines, because otherwise there doesn't need to be lines
Yeah.
for this one. So probably so that they connect somehow. Like maybe...
Some of them are looking in directions.
Yeah.
Just those. Those 2 have like more closed eyes.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Maybe there has to be.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
Maybe this one's looking up and that one's looking down.
I don't know.
I think like it has to. Like some of them have open beaks, some of them don't.
That's true.
Some of them have closed eyes.
So maybe it's like the things they have in common have to do with the...
I mean, no matter what you're moving them around, you could even get it right. You have to click that button.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to not just trial and error it. Trying to figure out if there's anything in common that I understand. Maybe these 2 has to equal this, like as in whatever
Well,
the...
you know color theory. What happens when you mix colors?
Oh wait, this is it. Well, it is also color theory, actually, but it's also the eyes. So, looking left plus looking right equals looking in the middle, and mouth open plus mouth closed equals mouth half open, and then eye closed plus eye open equals eye half open, and the beaks also do the same thing. And then white plus green is light green, yellow plus blue is green, and then the same with the side. It all works out.
Okay.
I got it.
Wow, nice.
I'm impressed.
Me too.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her! A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals are found inside. A message is angrily scrawled on the paper. Now I'll get her. Flower petals originate from red roses growing. So that's the piece of paper that was missing in that. Probably.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Oh, this is such a nice room. Imagine living in a room like this. The little staircase to your bed. How delightful.
How delightful.
That bed. It's like something
Yeah.
from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
Interesting. Can you click the wall?
Maybe
There's
that's
a room there.
Yeah.
That bed. It's like,
Does it?
no, you're
It's
right.
not coming from the bed.
Traveling cases.
Plus, if they're like soon to be married, they don't live in the same room.
Empty.
You
All of
know?
them.
I mean,
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Potted flower. Brightly colored flower with the unusual shape. It's very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist, but it's also an unusual blue color. Oh. Didn't know I could do that.
oh, cool.
What?
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Look at these funny birds.
Traveling
It's
cases.
at
Empty.
some point.
All
Yeah,
And
that's why we're doing the puzzle. Alright.
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
Okay.
Blanket.
Sorry, the plant?
Blanket. I mean, not rug.
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That bed.
Does it mean
No.
it's not coming
Maybe
from the
we should
bed?
check it from the other side. Oh, this side doesn't really have an angle though.
It's a magnifying
Yeah.
glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective?
Oh my god, the flower looks just like her outfit. Oh, does it?
Should I
Let's
start
look at it again.
smoking a pipe too?
You can pull up.
Oh, it does a little bit with the wings. That's cute. I mean, if that is
Sweet.
supposed to be what it is, that means that Fitz did care enough about her to grow a plant that looks like her. Sort
Should we
of.
talk to her about it?
Yeah, we should. We should definitely do that. We got more to talk to her about. The suspicious note, for example.
Most definitely.
Good catch, Fight.
Yeah.
Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar. That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Okay.
Guess we don't know everything about her. I was surprised there wasn't a,
There's something
we
about
do.
those petals we found in Penny's room.
Well,
It's gross.
Something
yeah.
suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Yes. Suspicious.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Let's say the drawing. That one. That
Yeah.
was the one who has a rose in it.
mean, yeah.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
He. One of Penny's birds used to spy on.
That's why their feathers were up there. I think it's probably to steal evidence from them.
Steal evidence from them. Oh, but that's also, but it didn't work. That probably did work.
Well, it probably did work.
Steal evidence from them. Sound. I mean, I
mean,
guess
the
that is
wording
what's
is kind
happened.
of-
It stole the rose.
Yeah.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them.
They also use very
We
careful
know
wording
those two
to
have been
not.
spending time together in the
anything
rooftop
away.
garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
Unless we were to
We
give
need a
you
clue to
feather.
compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
We got their feathers. Want some more water?
Yeah.
One here that I-
Thank you.
Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
The
I
music stopped.
can't stand it! Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Well, that doesn't seem to do... I mean,
We just know what's up with her.
I wonder if there's a way to go down from here.
Or a way to go up from there.
Well, we can't visit that room until...
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Linked Blades, welcome to the chat. This game's very pretty. Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
I don't know.
There's a room we haven't checked now.
Yes.
Just like that.
Oh, a bear.
It's a,
It's a statue of a wolf. Standing up straight, like a man.
What's a wolf?
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is the length of the fine red rope.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. Just dusty junk.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Oh, it's right above the murder scene.
I'm starting to think that that reel was used to stab her from the top, bring it back up, and
Yeah,
take the
get rid of the
whatever
knife
the
or whatever
weapon
it
was.
is.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Looks like there's one thing we're missing.
Only the murder weapon.
And is there anything else you've taken there? Like,
At least the moths are kept well fed.
Just dusty junk.
I think what we found was pretty critical.
Yeah.
The attic's directly above us, right?
Yeah.
So,
Can we just talk to people that we haven't talked to for a while, like Felix?
yes. That was one of the things, like,
We have a
wanted
lot
to
of stuff.
find out. We wanted to find out exactly where he.
Stay with me.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps.
As far as I think so.
Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm. Oh,
That's the murderer.
so I thought nothing of it.
I mean, it was
Shortly
probably.
I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way.
That's actually a good
This
point.
time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty.
Okay, so that's why
as
he
was
was
the
in there.
garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope.
That
She
corroborates
was
with
heading
her
up
story.
Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Got a lot of new stuff to show him.
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
Who else is there left? He went up and everyone was there.
I suspected, like, that's why we should keep talking
yeah,
to
we'll talk
people.
to everyone
I don't
again.
want to say my
Freya was
theory
quite
just
the
yet.
talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way.
Not in an evil way.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Why is it odd that a book is in the library?
Not where it belongs, maybe.
Yeah.
Why would someone
It's a
lock
very
up a
old-
book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
We never found out about that glass.
We never found out why all of the horns have a crack through it.
Neither.
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Everyone's being very coy about that picture.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Is that a clue? Really?
It might be. The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. But it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Okay, true. Very true.
Bizarre things,
Gold is
aren't
gold,
they?
as they say.
Penelope
Yeah.
seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. Goodness me!
Yeah, true. It's a bit of a frightening note.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Okay,
Could you...
we haven't
Oh, yeah.
we haven't talked about anyone.
Yeah.
You're the one currently basking in his presence.
Except for
You tell me.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden
Ah.
Beetle. Honestly,
I called
it's
it.
probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it. Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely.
Okay.
She's a very vigilant young woman.
Yeah, maybe we need to ask. Because we didn't know him when we talked about it.
Yeah.
Percival Pointer. Yes. Good
Oh,
old...
howdy, cousin.
what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Not a friend.
Yeah.
Uh,
wrote howdy, but only got to send it
Yeah.
now because he got into a phone call.
yeah.
So I think that might have
thanks
been a
for the-
response to Nick ages ago.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter.
Yeah.
Now, of
what I
course,
thought.
she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture.
Oh, it's kind of like an arranged
heartfelt,
marriage.
but futile.
Well, she clearly likes Fitz, but maybe Fitz doesn't.
I think Lasse just said, hey, because he sent the sub and then he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So it's just saying, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, I know.
And thanks for that. That was nice. And funny bit.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
I haven't questioned him yet. Or you could also...
Oh! Question mark. Well, I wanted to talk to Fifi again.
Yeah. Also don't have a state. I mean,
I just want to know what she
Yes.
thinks of.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Interesting.
Name, Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
So, if he were to be the murderer, his only motive would be that she probably is Freya's telling Penny about Fitz and Poppy seeing each other.
I have another thought.
Yeah.
He wasn't actually carrying a knife. He was carrying the shovel.
Oh.
He just was given by Penny.
That's
trapped.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
Or even the feather. Because the feather is known to look like a knife.
in a painting. It's just like I feel like we don't know why he would walk around with a feather. We
Well,
haven't
he
really
could have,
assessed that.
like, you know, bird flew away, feather fell into his gun, and he's giving it back to Flora.
Yeah, I'm also
like-
just thinking Penny could have given him the...
Yeah, no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
just an alternative theory.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
Doesn't like him.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
So she's 19 and she's 27.
Okay.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24.
Yeah, he's older.
Profession,
Yeah. She's in the middle.
cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on.
Like soil.
Cryptobot.
Love soil.
Love soil.
Talk about some items.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages. Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Oh, she sounds jealous or sad.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Okay.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade.
It's a
Maybe
troll
you're right.
for gardening.
It is?
Yeah.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
It's
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah.
can you?
You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh.
Good space.
You wouldn't?
Yes.
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room.
Well, it's a diary.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about
There's so many suspicions.
microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
It's all coming together.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Fifi's diary, and she has written it.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
Maybe it's
It
not a
doesn't look
diary.
unused.
I don't think it's a diary.
You don't
because
think
it's
it's a
applied. People just assume it's a diary, but it...
I don't know the actual answer. I don't know what this is.
It's
Like-
not a diary at all.
I'm not sure about
Okay.
that.
Me neither.
I guess it's maybe
This
it's the
particular
victim's
diary
then.
is unused.
It's probably
It doesn't look unused.
What's her name again?
Freya.
Freya. It's probably Freya's diary then.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
I didn't get this at all. Let me think about this.
It's right there.
Oh.
Red photo.
Oh, yeah. Good eye.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Yeah.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
I just missed that completely.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room,
Same.
and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
What else? Read the text first. You wanted to see? Well, keep reading through them.
I think it's still one to see.
And what's the... What else?
Yeah.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true?
Must be
Fifi?
protecting her.
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple. Compared to the harp, I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little help.
So
That's very sus.
we got the harp, we got the middle, which must be the middle of the room, the pot area.
Yeah.
And I guess through the harp area is how we get in there, maybe.
Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. So the
Oh, I
harp
see.
is probably
But
one way in. Like
but-
the harp at the fish harp.
But yes,
is
but
one
that would
way in.
imply that she did the harp first.
Yes.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Do it later. Oh. I want to talk to everyone else first.
Oh!
Is that good?
This wasn't here before.
Wasn't?
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
Crab!
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
Oh my
This is my
god.
new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya.
Huh?
Freya left it to us.
But it wasn't here before.
Yeah.
You too.
We didn't
Like
see
it's
the
left
body.
us. What? Wooden toys and color. Lay it down.
So, this is going to make a shape
So,
when we go to the
when
sounds.
we, yes.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
Yeah, I think that's it.
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Now, if you go left, there's a question mark.
Yeah,
in the
there was.
corner. What that is. Oh,
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything
we
doesn't
just
add up.
didn't do this.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Interesting. Alright.
Oh my god.
So the bird one is the one that looks kind of like the crab.
You want to draw this? I can't draw.
I'll remember.
They all kind of look like crabs, I just want to say. Oh.
We could just do it now, though.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
If it sticks.
It's that one. It stays. It shows us.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. We can just do all of them.
Come back later.
Alright. If Nick is for some reason still here, this is definitely heading into end of game solution area. So if anyone doesn't want to get spoiled for the game, understandable if you want to dip out.
Yeah.
Let's stop questioning people.
We have information.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Not a microscope at all.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
That's a telescope lens.
Yeah.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Okay, so maybe we should read that diary again and see if we can get some context from...
Just click the secret diary. It's back in the flesh of time.
In the
Did I
this
let
time.
it out?
And it's about the painting. Soul Bearer works. Press a little thing. You know, me too. Maybe while she was collecting some kind of bugs that she's calling soul bearers, because it said that she collects bugs as well. I don't know.
We should question her. Like, we had a lot of items we could ask about. And people.
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
I should probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stones straight from the earth?
I mean, this place is weird. Maybe there is something to that.
Maybe they want to leave it.
Relevant to the murder.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
What if that's the soul bearer?
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. 3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? And you consider that important evidence, do you? What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that. A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Oh, remember this?
Oh yeah, we already had a picture of that.
Yeah. I don't remember what this is though, but I don't know what that is.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Oh, glowing eyes.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
out of a matching set with what something in Penny's room. Maybe. What's the other options?
Wouldn't it be is used to garden?
But why would he go up Pointer Tower?
To help garden that flower?
Oh, good point.
What is it? Look after.
There was one called in Penny's room. Yeah.
It's like maybe the only reason she says that she doesn't know how to keep it living, right? She's
Yeah,
like
and it
bad
was well
plants,
kept
and it
after.
is well kept, so maybe he does actually garden it.
And watered as well. She did. Yeah.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower,
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Something to compare directly with a potted flower. I can't pick that. Right?
Huh. First I thought it was, like someone said, it kind of looked like...
If I said that it looked like... I mean, I'll click it, see what happens.
We need a clue that's got some connection
Yeah.
to this one.
You know what it may look like? It may look like Poppy's old...
No, it doesn't at all.
What's it look like?
Yeah, we don't have a picture of I mean, it does look like this, but that's just. I mean, that's fine. We can say the soil looks the same as the one in your garden.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Well,
Yeah,
even
okay.
the pot.
Yeah. No, the pot in the soil.
Yeah. That.
Yeah.
Is it the garden or
the
greenhouse?
garden.
Yeah,
The
greenhouse.
garden.
No.
Yeah.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
You can ask him about other things.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing
Didn't
about a week
notice.
ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. Those petals, they,
What?
they're red. A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Okay, let's get some sounds. And then we can question.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Poetic.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to have the same respect for him that he does for her.
Yeah, you can click on the other stuff as well.
You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. I think it's kinda cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
We never asked what's so special about it.
Mm-hmm. We get to say that?
Yeah,
Totally.
it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Leave it there. Alright, maybe it,
And then singing.
That'll be the cassette tape.
Yes.
Here we go.
Wonder if that water tube in the main foyer connects to the pond.
It might do.
Yeah.
It's water. It's water. And it also was implied that something could live in there, but it wasn't.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune. That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now. That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Oh. There.
Glowing. Oh my god, werewolf.
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
Collect all clues.
Suspicion of all suspects of selling crime scene.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't
Collect all clues. We haven't collected all the clues. Let me just look here again.
Finally, we get to investigate them.
It's not that
Don't
smooth.
ruin this.
Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except anymore.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Collected all the clues.
There's markings on the door.
Stairs.
Oh,
Finally, we get to don't ruin this.
probably not in here.
I don't know where we didn't.
Yeah, I guess we should just check some more rooms, see what we have missed. Maybe even in someone's room, there's like a puzzle or an item people collect.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
I'll be right back.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe
Oh.
if we go through the...
I think I want to investigate that. Isn't there like something weird to look at on a chalkboard somewhere?
Yeah, it was in the room.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a class?
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
Math.
Don't. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Interesting.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this? It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
It's a drawing of Penny.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this? It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing. Looks like fits.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Is Fifi...
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
What's so interesting?
Just the thing on her chalkboard doesn't seem to...
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
I think Fifi's trying to figure out what the diary stuff means with that as well, maybe.
Now, you know what you haven't done? You haven't talked to, I mean, she's obviously very silent, but maybe she noticed the rope thing. It's a long shot. I doubt it.
She was on the ground. I don't know what that means, though.
Oh, but we haven't even
We
done
met
this.
Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Is there arrow between Penny and Fitz? Yeah. Good lad.
Nice
Welcome
try.
to the stream.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Or more, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Do you know what this is?
At least you get these funny things.
Guess not. Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
Interesting. Yes.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way. The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Where's that final clue?
Can you check the attic again?
Yeah. I want the clues. I want to 100% the game.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Can you click like the wood up here?
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
Tush!
I'm talking to you twice yet.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Okay, so everyone has been asked about this now. Let's go back to the starting room and theorize.
Yeah. I mean, we got access to that when we got them all, so...
That's all the statements collected.
That's it. That's all we can do here.
Ah, really?
Was there an option to talk to Sally while we're in here? Look at the murder scene again was one of the things that we had to do.
I think so. I think Sally's only in the picture in that area.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
What are we missing?
Okay, let's go look at all this stuff with the extra clues if there are any. Symbol represents melody, which was a reaction from the wooden toy.
Okay.
The harp statue was key to opening a secret passage.
I noticed something.
Yeah?
Keep going. Keep doing this.
It's a recording of someone walking outdoors. A distorted humming melody can be heard. Poppy says it looks like a tape she gave to Freya years ago. The humming melody caused a reaction. The envelope has been ripped open. There's a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. So we still don't know who sent this to who, but it could be someone sending it to Freya.
Yeah. It feels like something could have been here.
Yeah, it does.
So...
Poppy says Freya would mix the colors and she mixes. For her starting paint, the red substance is discovered to be blood, not paint. Belonged to Poppy's mother, but Freya often used it while she was painting. Fifi says the gramophone must have been wrecked sometime in the past 2 days. The recording of piano music played for a short while before stopping. Poppy recorded the piano music Freya and gave up. The tape was a gift. The tape seems to have received the crack during the murder. A model resembling a child with green hair. Yeah, we see all that. And then Felix said that he does own a sword, but he doesn't keep any weapons in Tangled out. Fifi was confused as to how Felix painted this without any red paint. I'll photograph this abstract painting. We should look at this, I think, again. Hawkshaw says she doesn't know when Freya drew a picture of her. Drawing of Poppy and Fritz is done in the rooftop garden. Fifi says the book belonged to Flora, who's been in the library for a long time. And he says the book is outdated as the bird has been extinct for a number of years. Yeah. Doesn't usually let them out of the cage.
We joined Felix again. I feel like that's the only person we haven't... Is there just a thing we haven't clicked in here?
There was something interesting about all the subjects. All the subject statements?
Yeah.
What do you want me to try?
Not in here. We've already done all that.
Oh, you just made the room?
Yeah, can you click the rug?
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you
Well,
tell?
also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Can you go back to the statements thing? I just want to have a look at it, actually.
For who?
All the way down.
I want to look in this room.
Okay.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects. That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Frey enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Still don't know who took the photo of it.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
I feel like we must be missing something on the... Can you go back to the, like, statements thing?
There's literally nothing I can click on that.
Can I just have a look at it? So I feel like it's weird that they would give us the option for it.
They gave us the option for that really early, I think, just to summarize.
Can I try something? Can I? Like, something's there.
Yes, I know,
know
but
that
it's not there yet.
And you can't move anything. And this was
That's
just...
all the statements. Let's run through them all to see if...
anyone's been lying.
That too.
And it is just this thing again, yeah.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the
Wanna
afternoon.
listen to it again?
Then we heard
We
this
just heard this.
sound.
Yeah. What am I missing,
Lasted
though?
about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in.
Yeah, I don't feel like anything was interesting about it. It seems like there's one item which you must have just missed, been able to pick up.
That's why I wanted to check all the rooms again.
It's just Felix we're missing,
A
right?
single red rose.
On suspicion.
How very
Who else?
traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
Do we suspect her of anything?
We already sorted that out.
What about
That was the book.
What about her?
We did that. She showed us the drawing. Like, I'm just talking about the suspicion.
Yeah.
Suspicious.
I feel like
Minigame.
the only thing that we can even kind of garner as suspicious is the fact that Fifi says that there's no red paint on his like statue. Right?
Yeah.
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
It could just be to imply a hint of how to find the rest, but we already have found that. But yeah. I feel like we must be missing an item that is connected to him.
That's what I'm trying to...
And
A lot of redundant light sources in here.
Like we need to
must be could it be the sword? He said that he doesn't keep his sword in the tower. Could it be outside?
Okay. Nothing here.
Is that anything? It just looks like a rug.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
Collect all clues, complete suspicion.
See, it looks like a crime scene. What's that?
Yeah. I guess we have to do the top first.
But is that before we go in?
Yes, yeah. That's what he said.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened. But let's read it.
Isn't that...
No, definitely. Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF. Oh.
What?
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah, Tangle Tour.
Twir. It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red.
A path leading towards the stone square.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off. It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
Ah, if you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
A little bridge leading back to the gardens.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse. That's a Hansen beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers. Tools. Used by a gardener for gardening. A little chart of... actually, I have no idea what it's about.
This just looks important.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Oh, you know, this could be... Maybe it's connected to how he's making those...
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Plants, but at the same time, I feel like they wouldn't let you look so close to it at one because they don't give you it as a clue either.
It just looks so important.
Yeah, it does, but
I feel like we've picked quite a few things up.
Either
but
we are
nothing
missing
from here.
one thing that is only connected to Felix somehow.
I just feel like this room is the only room where we haven't like.
Finally, we get to.
But it is just a hallway. I don't expect there to be anything.
What is that?
I think it's a family.
Looks very.
Fiona Fellow. We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Yeah.
Primrose Remington. I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
Pretty.
Hey, there's that bird.
Pretty.
Okay.
Finally, we get to. Don't ruin this.
I thought the rooms that we didn't explore very much was this one. But it doesn't seem like there's very much in there. We should check this one again.
I feel like whatever.
Traveling.
I feel like
Empty.
what we must be looking for must be on the left
little
side
bedtime
somewhere.
reading?
Then
Let's see.
if it is
Romance
connected
novel
to
and
Felix.
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
That's a big window. It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly. That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon?
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easy.
Oh, these.
Trees.
Oh, birds.
On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof. A little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
I feel like it must be somewhere here. If it is something connected to Felix. Unless it is a sword, which he says that he doesn't have Tangle Tower. That was like a note it kept for us.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy. I think it would rather be outside.
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
Yeah, it's probably not this room.
Did we have any more, like, puzzle boxes or anything in any place?
I don't think so. Only if we haven't found them.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. That one had the egg. This one had the thing in the middle of the room. These two had the door code. I don't know if there was a puzzle box for this room. This one had a puzzle box. I don't know if this one did. This one had a puzzle box. I don't know if that one did.
Check the library again.
That one had a puzzle box.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples? It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice.
Oh,
got him.
Fucking got him.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a class?
Just looks important.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. A book? Fundamental Entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it. It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
Must. You asked.
Nice. Is that
Of sorts. Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower.
It's just neat.
There's the lake and those weird
Who made it?
mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
It's musty.
What
Must.
exactly?
You
Nice.
Curious.
It wasn't her that wrote it. Well, she didn't react suspiciously to it. Wonder who helped Freya with the code then.
Yeah.
I mean, it could. Some of the people could be her that does stuff. She doesn't talk, but maybe she writes and such.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably while they're on the floor. Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Not sure. Is that the box?
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion. Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
What does it mean?
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Freya sung the tune, I think.
Yeah. We kind of knew that. Did we ask Penny about the rope thing?
I don't think so. Was there a puzzle on this room?
I don't think there was.
I don't like mirrors. I do by weight. I can feel it.
But it's a very empty room.
Oh, maybe we didn't actually ask her about everything.
Didn't ask about the rope.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
Not
Did
very
we ask Poppy about the...
Hi. I remember. You didn't.
Hyla!
Hyla! Yeah.
Where did you find this?
Did we ask?
It was in the attic.
It's
Yeah, I think.
The detective said basically said you should look where you found it.
Yeah.
Right next to it, and then we said no, I don't think so. There is a clue bomb.
Laura's tower.
Okay.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
Like that.
Freya's painting supplies.
Did we just not pick
Oh
this
my
up?
god, we never clicked this?
Okay, small glass pots of grey yellow. That one does look a bit funny, don't you think?
There's a mountain on it. Ask while you're there, because now we can ask everyone about it.
I think this is probably what's relevant to...
It did have a mountain on it, like the mountain picture.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Is he, or is it?
I've been carving for a couple of
just
years.
end it, and then maybe we'll get the... No? Talk to everyone else.
I want to look at... These ones are bluish. They have mountains on the side.
As well.
Whereas only that one has a mountain. The other ones are a different brand.
Can you look at the one with the other figures?
Yeah, they switched paints, I think.
Yeah. They have. Okay.
Maybe this is something we need to talk to Fifi about because she can analyze paints or something.
We should talk to everyone about it real quick.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Ask everyone else.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Alright, so it is that they swapped
Let's
paints
ask
at
him
some
about
point,
it.
I think. Well, they may not have intentionally swapped paints, but...
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Some kind of painting demon got mad at her for using the wrong paint supplies.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The mountain. Wait, prize. Oh. He did talk about the lid. The lids were swapped to hide it. Maybe you can aim
No,
at
I
the
think
lids?
this is it.
Okay. Freya's blue paint is the exact same as Felix's.
Freya's blue paint pot is exactly the
pot,
same as Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Nope.
Oh.
And replaced with.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya Supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Did he know that his paint had blood in it?
Oh. I think you had it. I think that's it. Before.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Maybe
If-
so.
If
Because
Freya
if
is the
everyone
one
got
that,
distracted by it.
or I would think if Freya for some reason had to get rid of some blood, she could just hide it in her paintings. Maybe that's why she painted a very, very red stone as well.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to hide the evidence. Almost. Maybe
I think
just
it's the
change
latter
one
one.
thing.
I think what you had to distract.
I don't think it's to distract Freya.
So could stab Freya?
I don't think the picture stabbed Freya.
To resemble a bloody knife. I mean,
Blood from
yeah.
the paint pot was
more
used
simple.
to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated. Are we done?
Maybe something made both her and Flora unconscious, and someone stabbed her from the roof afterwards using the thing.
Yeah. That's interesting.
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Yes. Now it gets exciting, probably.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Down. Let's go.
Whatever it was, probably made a sound that Fitz and Poppy were talking about hearing a sound that lasted about 3 seconds. That probably cracked the gramophone and all the other... shattered a bunch of glass, like the paint and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh! Chapter 3, or 4.
What's in there?
Oh, the gold beetle.
That looks like a diamond beetle.
Yeah.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
Maybe this is relevant to the scientific notes in Fifi's room.
9 beetles. There's a bunch of it's mostly numbers. Yeah. It's a little diagram of a beetle with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Maybe she's one away from completing this collection.
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
They have cracks in them too.
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms. Thirsty? Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Forensic entomology.
So this is where
Volume
all
3.
the bug books went from the library.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
I see. Gonna make a maze?
No, that ain't right. Because it has to connect with where it begins. Do the blue one down here. Yeah. Let's see. Not all that long. I think you want something then. Try to use something else. But I mean...
Do you think that fits or not?
Well, right now the path is broken, so it doesn't matter.
Alright.
Yeah, the red one can't go that far. The green one's kind of pointless right now.
Yeah.
Remove it entirely for this. So it's probably not. Or it could be. Alright. Yeah, just a straight line. And you have 2 more.
Yeah, that counts.
Try the red one. Yeah.
I feel like that probably needs to connect there.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite reach though.
Oh.
Got it.
I'm impressed. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Oh, here it is. These look like some of these symbols, like these symbols are connected. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are continuously present in the forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in the birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected.
Oh, there's a new tab 4.
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
Even had a form.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
So maybe he gave Freya the code to come in here.
The golden beetle was hidden from Freya. Was hidden from what? The one that was on just before. Was hidden from.
I'm just trying to look at this.
Underground laboratory.
Why would the golden beetle need to hide from Freya? Shouldn't it be from Pointer?
The golden beetle was hiding. I read it as hidden. Oh, Freya wasn't aware of the golden beetle.
Why is it the beetle, do you think?
Just try. Because I think that's the whole... There's something about...
Freya wasn't aware of the golden beetle in the underground laboratory. Nope.
I don't think the beetle is even here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, can you go up 2? Up 3? Has been planning to kill. Pointer has been planning to kill Freya in the underground laboratory.
You really think so? I really doubt that.
Only one way to find out.
There were multiple people that saw him, including a detective, saw him go from his room to the murder room.
Yeah, but this is before the murder.
Pointer was trying to kill Freya in the laboratory?
No, has been planning to kill.
In the laboratory? What is the... I think the area is super important here. So I don't think it's like this, because I don't think anyone was trying to kill anyone in any
Okay,
of
the
these
way
areas.
I see planning is like, it's in the past, it's not current. It's...
Yeah, but the in
Okay.
the laboratory part means that
Okay,
he wants
then
to
what
kill
el-
her in
what-
this location.
What else is there? Pointer was hiding from Freya.
Why?
Because he has the golden beetle and he suspected that she wanted it.
He doesn't have the golden beetle. He hired a whole detective
He
to find it.
had the golden beetle and suspected that Freya wanted to find it. And eventually Freya found her way down. Try this.
Why would it be hiding from Freya? He hasn't been hiding from Freya. He hasn't been hiding from Freya.
Okay.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. I think it's more like
trying to breed. Yeah, it's probably it.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
I guess
It looks black, but
that
it's
one again.
too dark to tell.
What happens if you click that? I just want to see.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Now we're in the lake, I think.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth. No plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Can you open the
Do these
clothes real quick?
puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
The items. Like just this person.
That's her other husband.
Yeah, I just wondered if that cloak and the green hat was connected to this person, but he doesn't have a green hat, so maybe not.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Mistids of the Sea and Sky, a children's picture book. It looks very old. The ink dip, an elegant bird, red white silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. The amphobe, a frog-like creature walking 2 legs. So that one was the one that we saw
with the
statue
head
of.
off. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, with its head off.
Yeah.
Like in the
Have we seen any crabs?
We've seen drawings of crabs, but they didn't look that. There's a thing there in the painting.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Measuring rod.
Oh, it connects.
Yeah, a sleek but sturdy metal rod. It's been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has been curved and pointed tip like an arrow or a hand of a clock. It's a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
Hey. It's Flora as a baby. And
whoever the person that was being painted.
Yeah. Was it? I guess it was her dad, not her.
Must be.
Yeah. Maybe you were right about the green cloak. It's been framed, but it's slightly damp. A photograph shows a young girl, a large man sitting next to her. Around them are several white and red rooms. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
It's also.
Oh. Didn't describe who it was.
No.
It was probably Lord Fellow, right? That's the name.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a fellow, she was a...
Someone
She
old
was a
on the
Remington.
map.
She was a Remington. Lord Remington.
Yeah.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
This is the
Maybe
Tangle
they just
Tower.
wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Maybe the whole, like, aquarium in the foyer used to have animals in it.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Try it.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Misted Mansion. Okay.
It's
Storage.
been,
Yeah, it's been expanded upwards. So there's a study in there.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
Maybe we can access it through the lake, like...
Can you click some more areas?
Yeah.
It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah. The library. The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
Can you click the very bottom one? I just want to see what they say.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
So maybe this little thing already existed. They were planning to build this. And I guess the reason why Felix's room is all wood is because it's kind of an attic already.
Can you click on those? Maybe they'll talk about it.
It's the aviary.
Okay.
Music room.
That's probably it then. The name, maybe? Can you click the name?
Misted Mansion. North side cross-section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
Yes. Oh.
That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now. This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Misted Mansion Northside cross-section. A roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. Horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. The mansion is built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. A phrase from his listed as storage. Room labeled study is in the center.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
I think we're ready.
Oh,
Wow.
Epic now.
It's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Oh.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
The hidden heart.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Ah! The drawing. Where did we find that drawing?
in her room.
A large central sheet of paper has been pinned on it. All lines have been drawn, gap in the center. A small sheet underneath figures a drawing resembling the silhouette. I bet this is
Mountain.
where that... Yeah, the painting. Oh! A crab.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Looks like the tower. I mean, maybe I need to look at other
This
clues
crab
first.
really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
It's a gun. And a pickaxe.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
Yeah.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages have been ripped, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest. Took my misted friend into this music room for experiments. It worked perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? It was even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. So mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved, but I know it's time.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Time for crabs, says Link Blades.
A wooden stool.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
That's fucked.
But there has been a creature in here.
It's a painting.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Oh, just like in the diary entry. Photograph of in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. Brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassador of Mr. Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people had their faces fully covered in black ink.
Well, one of them is Felix. Back.
That's Felix.
Got a red cloak as well.
That's Poppy.
Yeah. So that would be Penny. Perhaps.
Could just be someone else though. Doesn't look that much like. Does it? Let's check that diary entry.
Right now we are also just assuming it's Poppy. Because...
I guess Poppy's mother could have looked like Poppy used to,
Yeah,
and
we
she
don't know.
may have started going emo after her mom left.
That's true.
Found my way into the middle, surprisingly simple compared to the harp. Saw them all 5 eyes
Oh,
blacked
wow.
out.
You're right.
So I think it's actually probably all people of that generation. Like the fellows
Yeah.
and Remingtons
be.
and Pointers in that generation. Could do with a little company.
She.
Could it be
Whatever's in that
Flora?
thing.
Okay.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Could be someone he aspires to, like his death or something, and that's probably why. It's probably like the 5 original.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we have to think about this crab thing.
I think she just said like just up, like we saw something recent that she's remembering.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what that is. It's probably
Try those
this.
boxes.
Is that a crab?
It's got a trail.
Also, crab.
That?
Maybe.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't
Maybe
think
not
we need
quite.
to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file. This crab really reminds
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
That's
Another
not
one.
it. Closed
Closed and up.
and up.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also,
Yeah. Something like that.
Maybe these are higher.
It could be. Yeah. Oi, oi, oi.
I don't think this was intersecting.
Yeah, it wasn't. You're right.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need
What do you mean?
We have
Okay, I'll
all the
look at it one
information
more
we
time.
need.
I don't
This
write
crab
it
really
down.
That little wooden...
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
I'll write it down. Well, that's
Okay.
kind of sus though, because it could be
Like this.
like
You
just
almost
draw
got
it. Yeah, that one's straight, and then that one. So it should be. I think maybe they just intersect on this model,
Is
but
that
they're
a
not.
crab?
It's got a
Also,
Yeah.
perfect.
Oh.
What's this?
something somebody didn't want us to find.
A crossbow. Oh, that's where the thing goes.
They shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Finding the murder weapon.
What is it?
We know exactly what it is.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
Real thingy. Yeah, real thingy. Oh my god.
What does that mean?
Second page. What's that mean?
Why did she kill
What
her?
do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Yeah, that's true.
Because why would the detective...
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
It's
I
a wooden
mean,
pinboard hung up.
Looks like there's a
detective
couple of
has-
things missing from it.
Some relevance.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
You can go down.
That's how we got in. It leads down.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in. Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing?
There's also an... Yeah.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
No, the bird.
Hmm.
Or at least the feather. Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red color scrap of fabrics is still visible. Red fabric. We know 2 red capes that exist.
Someone's been using this room.
Felix even pointed out she had a red cape just to kind of like...
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
I think, it implies the green notebook is from Freya.
Photo painting.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Could it be Fifi? Fifi drew them all once, at least. Well,
I have been a little bit suspicious of Fifi.
okay.
Time to solve this.
Machinations of
All
murder.
right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
Right above. Yeah.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
She's already
Lying on her back.
She's already lying, yeah.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Yeah.
The feeling this has given me is very similar to the feeling of playing Disco Elysium's ending for the first time, where you don't really know what the answer is yet, but they're kind of letting you work it out with the game suggestions.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool because that feeling when at the end of Disco Elysium is also like the same kind of feeling where I don't think you have 100% of the you never get like I don't think anyone could predict the ending of Disco Elysium, and in the same way I feel like we've been theorizing a lot, but I can't surely say it's one person at this point. So let's go the gramophone.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Now that one's a hard one.
Yeah.
So we saw cracks all over things that were like a gramophone.
Yeah. So.
And they were cracked, so it must be connected to that.
Yeah. I don't really know. It's definitely not the poison gas.
It's not poison.
But I don't know what it was because there was a tape in there, but it was just the friend tape. So it probably wasn't the music. At least not.
Well,
and the statue had a crack in it. And the statue doesn't play music, right?
Let's say the thing that is the least like specific, right?
Yeah.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
Yes, we do have cracked tape. We do have the cracked tape. Just try it. It was in there. And it is also cracked.
I just want to see what other options there are, because I don't... Because, like, my thought is, this is cracked, and I don't think the statue plays music.
But it wasn't in there.
I know! That's my point. So someone must have been able to test this thing by putting it in the horn first, seeing that it destroys a glass, and thinking that it's useful also in the gramophone.
So
Not
it must
because
have been
it's...
Poppy. So do cracked, or whoever took this, do cracked tape, because that was the thing that was in there. And that would imply maybe there's some music.
That's not it.
Yeah, I don't think it's... I think it's something else. It's like... There's some item that does something, not to literally music, but to the shape of, like, this cone thing.
Check the second page.
I don't know what that is either, but my theory is someone probably tested this, like, amplification thing on the horn statue first, and realized that it can crack a glass. So knowing the gramophone is bigger, tried it on that to knock out Freya. But I don't know what it is, I'm just like...
I'm thinking, like, could it be the fruit? It's something small, we were just told.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened.
Yeah.
Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone.
Yeah.
I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too. Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They were lost after all.
Yeah.
They protected themselves.
How?
It's really starting to point towards Poppy, isn't it?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
That little line of dialogue that you said was missing.
Huh? Yeah. Freya added lots to the painting herself. Yeah.
Yeah, the blood is still very odd.
Can you talk to her? Oh. You look up.
It's dark.
I think. So, how did the feather go from her hand to the incinerator? Like, assuming the murderer is just one of the people in the house, like, they had to murder, come to the crime scene and act shocked, and find the feather and put it in the incinerator.
Yeah.
That's pretty, like, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Poppy says Freya would mix all the colors she would need before starting her painting.
It's it looks like the painting. It looks like her, like Flora.
Well, the
But
thing
what's
is,
the gold?
yeah, the thing is, she would mix all her. Yeah, she would mix all the colors she needs before painting, but she didn't really touch this.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
My thought
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
because my thought was like,
it could have fallen out the window.
it could have, but that would be very lucky. I feel like the murderer probably had to pick it up while everyone was in the room, or be the last person to leave the room, or something like that, to get away with stealing the feather. Because doesn't like Flora really care about the feather, so she probably either had to be the first person in the room or the last person in the room, or something like that. Because like, how would they be able to get away with stealing such an important item from
Which
her
is
without a
and now I'm
distraction?
thinking Poppy did actually leave the club.
I think
Who
it's-
stayed?
No, I'm thinking that it's possible that potentially Fitz and Poppy went in on it together.
They both left the
Because they were the first to get in here.
Yes.
So they could have taken stuff while no one else was around, and they would vouch for each other because they care about each other. And you know, there's something going on there.
Yeah.
But there's also like the whole like earlier when we were seeing their stories match up, Sally says that they match up too well and people are vouching too much for each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
I guess it also could mean that Flora had the feather the whole time and was the one to put it in the incinerator or gave it to someone to incinerate.
I'm thinking it's either the painting showing that the feather was there, or it's the gramophone because there was not, but they wouldn't know.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
Okay.
Could have been something on the first page.
Yeah. I think it's this that hasn't been touched. We intended to use the yellow somewhere.
Okay. Yeah.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Going to be used to be painted.
I think I'm not exactly sure what it means yet, but...
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Could it be that bird's feather? Kinda looks the same shape. Oh! Hello.
Oh my god, it's not a...
There she is. Our
Wow.
little thief.
How long has it been there?
What? Oh shit.
Did it hear the whole conversation?
Oh.
She did, but she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Oh.
Ha!
Penny,
Penelope.
why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
By hands.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Yeah, sure.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
I assume it's evidence of it, of some of these creatures. But I don't know which one it would be. I don't think this was in the study, do you?
It was implied something was in the tube.
Yeah. But I don't feel
Could
like
you do,
we have
could you
any
do
evidence
the
of it.
children's book?
That's not it.
That's not right.
There has to be some kind of evidence of an animal. What else did we find in the study besides
The golden
like,
beetle.
That wasn't in the study, but
Could you?
That's not right.
the study was the stuff that this stuff was.
Secret research? I mean, that might just be...
I think that's actually,
building plans.
that wasn't in the study, but
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. What was in the study?
only this or this maybe.
Maybe.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
Oh.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study
The room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
That's not right.
The golden beetle.
Yeah, I mean...
You found it.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it?
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay?
Why did you kill Freya?
The final chapter. The Will of Freya Fellow.
Click again. I think it's just the next. Yeah.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted? That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Bird is what activated it.
Beetle scream.
That's fucked. I like how they make the bird more menacing when it's like in that pose.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Funny. That was sick.
Damn. Yeah, that was cool.
Oh, that was like way better than I thought it'd be going in.
For most of last stream, and also most of this stream, because that was the first part, I always felt like it's actually a really simple, like, murder mystery game. Like, a lot of the things just kind of connected very neatly, but
and
then they made it
the rug
huge.
out of you, like right under you. I think it's like super well done because they show you the statue. No, it's not. I mean, it's accessible. Like it's super accessible. I think it's like it's interesting because they show you the harp statue from the beginning, so you know that that's going to be involved at some point, and they keep telling you you don't know how to solve this yet, and it's true. I think that's kind of cool that it's because it doesn't feel like they've just thrown anything at you as a twist for fun. It's like the twist was clearly planned from the get-go. And yeah, if you think about it, from all of the stuff that Hawkshaw and Penny say can kind of just be like they were the only two people in the that can vouch for each other, whereas no one else could see them both at the same time. So
yeah,
it is interesting.
True.
Yeah,
it's true.
All right, let's look at some concept art real quick. We did skim through this a little bit while at the end of last stream offline, so we just want to go through this a little bit on stream so everyone can see.
You can tell because the first one and the third one looks a lot more like the character in the first game.
Yeah.
So I feel like they developed.
So this is a sequel.
The look of the plot, which is cool.
This is a sequel game. I think this is what she looked like in the last game. It said that her hair was disrupting her silhouette, so they decided to tie it up for this game. This was from the first. This is what they looked like in the first game. And you can kind of tell, because I personally think that these two's design are just nowhere as good as anyone else's design. Like, especially Grimble.
Like his new design?
Yeah, I just think his new design stands out in front of all the other characters because all the other characters are so shape based.
I do like how they made the two main characters look. I feel like it's very fitting. And I feel like the main character, like the detective, like it's fitting his personality, but he shouldn't be super like. He doesn't
like
have to
you
be
can
super
you can
distinct,
tell
'cause- yeah.
by even the line work that these characters
Yeah.
are all designed at the same time, and these ones are iterations of previous designs
Yeah.
that didn't want to look too different from their previous designs.
That's the way to put it. Yeah.
Like,
but also, I feel like the main two characters, they don't have to have as out there personalities as the characters.
I'm not talking
Yeah.
about just that. It's just like you can
Yeah.
kind of tell that these characters all fit together, sort of, and these two don't. But it is still really cool. Like, you can especially tell, it's like all these characters, they have this like volume and shape language to them that's not present as much in these
true.
characters, except for Sally's hair. Like, Sally's hair is the same design language as the rest of this, but the rest of their designs don't really fit the rest of these designs.
Yeah.
But that's like such a small thing. It doesn't really matter. It's just like, I can see that as like, okay, someone who does like art.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just nice to look through these.
That the first one, that was basically the guy in the photo, the 5 founding, like whatever they were called.
Was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, one of them looked a lot like that. So. Same with that.
Yeah.
So, kind of interesting that they didn't just put the old design to waste either.
Yeah.
Like, they found a way to use it somehow.
Yeah. It's good. Oh, that's sick. Really nice. I like 90s animation, Mom Penny. Take a look at that again. Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really cool art for this game.
Yeah.
Oh, there's even clues in Clues 2.
Yeah.
Go look at Clues and Clues 2. It's just like all of it.
Like the Cat Dog Tower. From Cat Dog.
F3 Numa. Art by.
Chicken.
Man, the clues were so good. Because
Yeah.
the first time you
I
find
did
those
not
drawings...
think of this as a person whatsoever. But, like, the more you look at it, even the scar is there.
Yeah. But also, like, the drawings, it's a different paper.
Yeah.
And it's not the same art style.
It's
and
not
at
even the
first we
same
just
handwriting.
thought, but oh damn, yeah. But they also, like, just hide it by you thinking, oh, well, that's a person who just arrived. They probably didn't have a lot of time to draw them. But there's
That's
actually...
even what the other characters
So
say.
they hide it very well. Which is really cool.
It's just sick.
A lot of this also just looks like the final. Oh, yellow.
No, this guy. Which makes me feel like, you know, did she actually care about, like, was there a genuine jealousy?
Who knows?
With,
It may have been. Like, we don't know how old that is either.
This clue is unique that it is somewhat forged. I wanted it to look almost orchestrated, so the writing is purposefully crazed in a crumpled paper, and the paper crumpled but conveniently not ripped. It's like
a
red herring.
Look at some clues too.
Yes, but we haven't even finished looking at the clues. Oh, scorpion.
That's just...
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, almost there. A lot of these feathers are meaningless. Each one had to feel very different from the others, but equally as interesting to hide the more significant one. That's funny. Amazing. Looks great. Alright, well...
Cool as hell.
Yeah, that was sick. That was amazing. I kind of almost want to... Like, there was also those, like, symbols on Fifi's... in the library.
Yeah.
On the chalkboard. And it's still, like, you know... That was probably something to do with the... Like, the bugs and stuff, but... Like, how they became... gold and shit, but we never got a full answer for that. That's fine.
Yeah.
It is.
And it could have also just been there
backstory.
to make it look like a place.
But it's good,
and make you wonder.
It's definitely like good red herring stuff, but it's still like it's not like completely irrelevant to the story, because that could have actually just been what's his name, Professor Pointer, doing research in these two research areas. And have just left that
Who
stuff
knows,
there.
yeah.
It's not unrelevant. But
Yes.
it is a good time for us to call it a night.
Yeah, we have to, because
It
it
is.
got a lot later than I think
It's
we
midnight.
planned.
for us. So thank you everyone for coming, and I hope you enjoyed Tangle Tower.
Oh, we've been live for 420.
Oh, we've been live for 420.
Oh no, we're about to hit 421. It won't be worth it.
So we'll probably just say goodnight to y'all, and if you want to check out this game, I still feel like it's worth your playthrough, just because it's really pretty and it's a good game to experience. Yeah. And if you liked this and you haven't, for some reason, haven't played Later Alligator, it definitely has the same kind of feeling.
Yeah.
Like, point-and-click puzzle game, mystery game, with fully animated, like, cutscenes. Yeah. We were saying earlier in the stream that,
I do want to say...
this game came out... if this game came out after Later Alligator, its aesthetic seems to probably be inspired by it, which is not a bad thing.
I think a very fair point to say, if for some reason people here have never heard of Later Alligator, it's a lot more lighthearted.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, and the artists behind it are very fun.
And this was also really funny.
Yeah.
And
Really
it wasn't that not lighthearted.
Oh yeah, I agree. I feel like
it's a good
funny
tone.
funny personalities and funny bits and jokes.
Yeah. Alright, well thanks everyone for coming. We're gonna say goodnight now. And I hope you all have a good day and night wherever you are. And we'll catch you next time. Alright.
See ya.
Bye everyone.